Why, hello there. Let's do quick check here. Make sure everything is set up, ready to rock. Okay. That seems all right. That seems all right. This, that. That seems okay too. All right, perfect. I think we're ready to go. All right, so spoiler alert, I didn't get to this. I had other things I was working on that took longer than I thought. So we need to figure this part out today. We have a couple fields that, if we know them, there's no form field to reset, which is a problem. Um, but let's go in here. Okay, so for example, these guys, if we delete like duration and roll back, it doesn't come back because we've removed that form field. So we need to fix that up. We can reload it and it comes back just fine. But we don't want to have to do that unless we have to do that. We need a little bit of this. For me. There we go. Okie dokie. So, I think here. If we wrap the whole field in the form, or the whole old section in the widget, the form field, we're going to have a problem still in that there's these buttons in there. And a field needs to be a thing. Unless we wrap it in like a row. Maybe we can do that. Let's see if that works. On reset. Ooh, actually. Yeah, because on reset doesn't exist to get called. So what if in here we did all this goodness? I think here. Actually, probably wouldn't need to be a row. Because we only have... Actually, yeah, it does have to be, because we have two elements here that get switched on and off depending. Okay. So, if I put this up here instead of down there, can I then do this? And then this can come out. just to the text form field. Can I get away with this? I can't. Okay. So we return something either way. Ah, no, because we have to do these guys. Yeah, I do need to put in a row. So we're going to do that. Like so. And then here we can do this. We need to... This isn't going to be exactly correct. Because we're going to have an extra closing bracket in here somewhere. That's okay. We're just going to do this. This closes my builder. This needs to close... text field. And then we're going to need after that to close the row list and then the row. And that's the return. So there we go. Okay. Our on reset does need to live right there in this approach. These guys need to come up. Let's see here, we got tick time here. Inside of this row now. You get a comma. Okay. Oop, we got broken stuff. Input decorator cannot have unbound width. Ooh, okay. That's problematic. And that's going to be coming from... Oh, you scrolled off the screen for me? Is that what happened? Cool. Helpful. I believe that's from text field. And I think we need to just expand the text field if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. It's promising. Let's do a rebuild here just to be sure. Okay. Vect does not tick. Okay, so we got squishiness here, but that's all right. We can fix that up. We won't need this anymore. This used to have spacing 20, but it also... Why do I put you in a sized box? I'm thinking we might be able to get rid of this entirely and just put the form field in here in the padding widget. Because we've moved our row, right? Wait. Table cell padding. That shouldn't be there. That shouldn't be there. This shouldn't be closed, right? We should just close on table row. There we go. Okay. Okay, so far so good. Okay. Um, but we lose our space. We need to fix that. Was that... rows and spacing. Rows and spacing. And it also grows. Was that the reason for the sized box? What else? Modifier should use the same pattern here. I bet you that's it. Bet you that's why I was doing sized box. Can I wrap the row in this, maybe? And have that fix things up? Nope. No, unless that's old. It could be old. Just make sure. I don't think it is. I think it's still wrong. But it is still very hot. Okay. That's all right. Let's move that. So it used to go around this. But if we put it around this, text field, does that get us? No. And I believe that's because this isn't a constrained box. And then I would need this. And then do min width, min height. And then another is that what's going on here? What did I overlook? It's this this is in the wrong spot now. It needs to be there, but that's going to break expanded, which is probably fine, because I don't think I need it with a constrained box. I could be wrong. I am wrong. Okay. Oh, because we've given it a min, we didn't give it a max. If we do that, then things are happy. And then that gets us back to the same width. But okay, yeah, that's fine because we've limited the shrinkability, if you will. So if you make it silly small, it's fine. we used 20 of space for spacing on all the others. We shouldn't be doing that, though. We should be using experimental can be removed or changed at any time. What? That's new. Oh, you know what? I bet you that plugin... It was either the plugin update or the Flutter update. Might have brought in a new... linter evaluator analyzer rule. Okay, well, we've kind of committed to UUID value, so we'll just have to handle it if it breaks. Because UUID itself is not nullable. And we use that a lot. And we would have to do something else in the building process, or the constructors and other stuff. We won't, if I had gotten that error earlier in the process, I wouldn't have relied on it so heavily. But it's too late to change that now, so yellow. Okay, so that gets us back to that, and that's pretty good. So now if I delete tick time and roll back, it should come back. And if I change that, oh yeah, we got to fix that too. It comes back to 1 second. And then if it had no... Oop, I got to fix this too. Ooh, that's going to be on either side. Okay. Effect does not tick. Okay, so that part's okay. So right now, this lives only inside of here. So I got to pull you up and put you here. And the child gets evaluated like so. And that fixes both of them. All right. So let's do this. We need some... Yes, okay, those are all still... Those are good. We need some constants. Let's do them... I guess probably just up here. We're going to say... how do I want to do this? What do I want to call you? Your number picker, so we're going to say number picker width is 300. And I believe these are actually doubles. Number picker height. This was 50, I think. And then we'll say this was 20. Let's actually call this field width, because that's what they really are. It's the field widths. Spacing 20. Property to modify. This gets replaced with number picker field spacing. This is supposed to be... Oh, I forgot. Specify type. There we go. All right. Spacing 20. Same deal. Field spacing. Field spacing. Field spacing. Field spacing. Ooh, you're not. You don't need. Don't think. We need to fix that notification, I believe. If we put the spacing back in you, 20 for a second here. Let's scoot you a little further away. We'll leave it in. It's not really a number picker, but they can keep it for now. It's fine. But we do need to update this based on not the... We need to base this on the current state, not the widget state. So... Locks log out. That's correct. So this becomes if not blocks log out and tick time is not null. Then we do that. So that if you are... we already saved that. Duh. If you come in here and add it, it immediately comes up. And then it goes away again. Okay, perfect. So let's also go fix up our... I should have done that as a separate commit. That's okay. I got distracted. Size box. This all needs to get changed to the constrained box because we're about to go fix stuff. So this is going to be number picker field width, number picker field height. Actually, I should double check and make sure while we're here that I can't get away with a size box. I don't think I think we figured out that we can't, but I want to make sure that there wasn't something else at play. Because we had to fix the removal of the expanded. And it's actually fine. Okay, cool. I would rather, just because it's less verbose, I would rather use that. And I can't remember if it only resizes on being too small or not. But we have that limited and these all fit within the minimum. Which you shouldn't be trying to do, but like graceful degradation, you know? It shouldn't overflow and become a total mess if you happen to like shrink it down so you can move it or something. Like, it won't be a good experience, but it shouldn't be a busted experience. Okay. Got that. So we just need to swap in these variables and move them for the other fields. Let's swap in the fields first. I think that'll be the less painful way. And then we can just go and fix them all one by one. Description. Ooh. Those have different... Okay, so that's probably fine then. Yeah, because that's how we did our do-do-do-do-do. Like, you can go longer, but we discourage it by making the box smaller effectively, right? To kind of give you a hint that this should be smaller. Those can keep their magic numbers. That's fine, because they're not being reused. Okay. So we need to do modifier. Let's go back up. Let's start collapsing these rows as we go. Help text is fine. Stacks with self is fine. Stacks with others, those are all checkboxes. Those are good. That's property to modify. It's its own thing. Okay, so we have tick time. 8. Duration is 1. Modifier is 1 as well. I'm losing my mind. Property to modify. That's the one that's drop downs. So we can move the row inside and the sized box inside, just like we did. Well, we can move the form field up, basically, is what we can do. And then we get rid of that. We get rid of that. This is going to come down. Oops. And you go away. That's that. We have the other children in. That's good. End of widget. End of row. On reset. This needs that. This... On reset. That's my form field closer. That's my row. My sized box. Let formatter fix this up in a second. Then we get our buttons. The end of the row. Row children. So this is the end of the row. Is why you get that. That's that. Then my form field. That's you. What am I missing? I'm missing a squirrely brace for the builders. What I'm missing. That one. All right. There's the close to my builder. Because I have to close my row still, though. There we go. No? Close the builder. Oh, because that's my row. There we go. And then I've got one too many of those now. There we go. Doing the braces dance. All right. That should get modifier back into working state, and it does. Love that. Duration we took care of. Nope. It was tick time we took care of. We do need to take care of duration still. Right? Yes. Same deal here. We just move that up here like so. And then that's my unchanged. That's the end of the builder. So basically this whole thing here needs to go there. Oh, I didn't do that, which is important. That's the close of my row. Let's see here, close of close of text field. End of the because yeah, that's true. Children. Close the sized box. On reset needs to come in there, but these fellas here need to come up into our list of child widgets. I did this one in a different way I thought would be easier, and it's not. I think I ditch these. It's the end of my set state. That's the close of my on reset. Close of form field. Is that correct? Hang on. I shouldn't have done this a different way. Input formatters. Okay, that's my text field. Sized box. Row. Close of the row. After all that, that's correct. This is the... Or I guess close of the children, I should say. This is the close of the row widget itself. Which is correct. And then I close right here the builder, right? Yes. And then I have my on reset. And then I close the form. Wait. Oh, that's my set state. That's why. Duh. There's my on reset. And then I close the form. And then I think that's it. Table cell padding. I need to close the row as well here. Like that. There we go. Auto format, clean up that mess. Alright, so duration should now be... Yeah, mine, how's it going? Doing alright. Duration should be working now. In both. Let me make sure. Yes, okay, perfect. Tick time we already fix. Was the first one. Just because that's where we figured out it was busted. Put you up here. Sized box. Gets closed. Oh wait, hang on. Put that back. Because this is tied to the existence of the tick time box, I think we might be okay with this one. I delete you, and I, nope, I'm not. Okay. So I do need to move this up here. And then number picker loses those. Instead, we need to close the children widgets, close the row. Oh, I got a sized box in here. You need to get closed first. Then close the child widgets. Oh wait, no. I just added one extra. Whoopsies. Hang on. Number picker closed. Size box closed. You closed. Row closed. Builder closed. There we go. And then we have on reset done. Form field gets done. Cell padding gets closed. Table row gets closed. Or its children get closed, then the row. One extra? What have I got going on here? The table doesn't get closed. Nor does that list. The row itself gets closed. There we go. We need more rows after that. For the blocks login. Okay. So, we should be able to completely mess that up. Restore. Restore. Oop. That won't be very good, will it? There we go. Restore. Restore. Excellent. Okay. Perfect. Love it. Let's do... make sure pub spec lock. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Let's actually just really quick, because we're going to split that off anywho. Let's actually make sure that that's actually supposed to be committed. I think it is, in the same reason you commit the go mod sum file. Because it makes sure that you have the same hashes that you developed with, I believe. Flutter pubspec.block. Should that be in source control? Let's just make sure. Pubspec lock to my git ignore. 2 parts. If you're working on an application package, we are, then you should keep the pubspec.log file in your repository as a snapshot of your dependencies. Good. Working on a library, then we shouldn't. Okay. Since they should support a range of dependency versions. Gotcha. Okay. Well, I don't know about that. Well, I guess, yeah. Because you specify... okay, let's make sure, since we're updating stuff, we might as well just update stuff. I had to upgrade Flutter for a different project. Or I guess I didn't have to. I did upgrade Flutter for a different project. Okay. Incompatible with dependency constraints, so it downloaded what it could. We'll just make sure anything changed got added, and then update dependencies, and then we can add this. Fix rollback for number picker fields. Okay. What are you? Oh yeah, you're that. That's fine. You can keep complaining until things are broken. I don't care. That sorts all of that out. Let's see if there's any other... we do need to do config file stuff. That is true. That's still a to-do. That's still later fixes, later fixes. Later fixes. Later. Config. That's not even my to-do. That's a Flutter to-do. Same with that. All right, so our to-dos are clean for things that are no longer to-do. We've to-done. The... oops, that needs to go away. Let's go look at our bug list here real quick. That's related to the to-dos. Unsafe changes warning does not appear when adding or removing a modifier in the status effects. Let's go double check and make sure we fix that, but we should be good there. Totally just derailed myself. Because I moved my window. Unsafe changes warning, adding and removing a modifier. So, bop, unsafe changes appear. Unsafe changes appear. We fixed it. Good. Like so. Added a delay before click and drag allows scrolling quicker and improve. Okay, yeah, let's double check that. Yeah. We do need to do that. Okay. Because I've already been able to reproduce it. Like, you can see how often it's not actually, you know, as I'm flying through if I'm trying to be quick. Let's see about that. Let me put you over here for now, so I can still see Chad Jets. Okay. That's gonna live in map pane, I believe, if I remember correctly. Let's tidy this up. I remember what scratch was. Well, that's fine. It's a scratch file. Just all of you get closed for right meow. Okay. Map. Widgets. Map pane. And it should be... Oh, actually, that's related to the two-dimensional scrolling widget. I think it's my apply. This is my editing map details. Here we go. This is all my top bar. Hang on. Column. Okay, my container. You. That's menu. Here we go. Scroll configuration. Key behavior child. Behavior is this. Behavior is a scroll behavior. We've copied you with, is there a... I probably can't do it in there. I probably just need to go look at scroll. Oop. Woo. Almost didn't hit the mute button before that sneeze. Had to dig through all the different windows I have open. All right. Scroll behavior or scroll behavior class. Track devices. Is there not a... Ooh. Flutter scroll behavior delay scrolling. Okay. There's lots of people complaining about scrolling in general. I think that's kind of old, but Okay, so essentially, I'm gonna have to do this myself. Maybe with a gesture detector? Guess what I forgot to do? Fix this little foot, and it's my attempted adhesive failure. Okay. Bum. Gesture detector long press time. Because I know there's a long press. On long press. On long press start happens. So we'll have to do gesture detector child. Wrap the whole thing in a gesture detector. Like so. And then we can say let's say what is drag devices? It's a set of pointer device kind. And let's say active drag devices. Probably need this, like so. Oh, actually, I don't need that. The squirrely braces, I just need the devices. Okay. And then, are you nullable? You are. So, we could say actually, let's do this. Well, maybe we'll do this. Do get drag devices. Like so. So we should have no change in behavior this, except for, gotta fix my syntax there. We should have no change in behavior. Let's make sure we rebuild just to be sure. Wait, why are you complaining? Oh, because I'm dumb. I need to delete more stuff. Let's try that again, shall we? Okay, map editor. Open our test map. So we can still click and drag, and it's not. Perfect, okay. So we'll need to drive this off of something. And we'll do that, I think. And then U is if enable drag, you return that. And we'll make this nullable. And then in our gesture detector, wait, I put this in the wrong. What am I doing? This needs to be outside of build. Duh. Okay. That all needs to get collapsed. That all needs to, there we go. So here, gesture detector on long press up. We're gonna say enable drag is false. On long press, we're gonna say that we want a callback in here. Let's see. Do I have access to... I don't have a... I have long press start details here. What's in a long press details? What do I have access to in here? Gesture for callbacks. Tell me more. I have position. Oh, that's annoying. Is there a way... Because I don't care about the location. Is there a way for me to, like, set the long press time? Do I care? Let's just see. Let's see what it feels like with the default. And this probably needs to be in set state. I think. Oop. We'll double check that, but okay, so now as I'm clicking around, it's just pure clicking, and if I hold in, actually, yeah, that's fine, I think. Oop, no, that one didn't. Let me rebuild just to make sure that we have all of the fresh goodness here. I'm intentionally trying to throw it around now. Oop, that ain't working. Long press isn't working, so it was holding on to something. Oop, single quotes. Let's just go ahead and make sure that it's actually firing. Or if it is actually firing. I need to be in here, please. So long press did fire. Long press. Okay, so it is firing. Clear that and just double check my timing. Yeah. And it does work if you're pressing on a widget. That's fine. That's good. It's as it should be. So this isn't getting over... This isn't getting changed, basically. It's not triggering a rebuild, I think. And it's because this doesn't actually consume. So if we did... this... and then made you... like so. Let's rebuild that. Map editor, you, boop. Still doesn't do it. Okay, interesting. Why not, I wonder. We set state in you. Let's make sure I'm not crazy. Make sure we get a nice fresh build here. Okay, so it was built. Cool. Should have been. Oh, it did build. Okay, so something's wrong with... Naval drag is true. Naval drag is false. Wonder if I'm not allowed to modify that on the fly like that. Let's do... a little more tracing here. So disabled, as it should be. Enabled. Okay. So that's all working correctly. I wonder... Let's take this out for a second. I wonder if it needs to then have a click after. That would suck. Enabled. Nope. Still nothing. Huh. Why not? It enables and disables correctly. Okay. What if I do this instead? Make it a late. Except for I don't have access to well, maybe I do. Because it's late, I might have access to context. This needs to change if this is the case, but that's alright. So we do that. We make you a void. Oh, what was it? Scroll configuration of... Oop. Context. Yeah, I'm not going to have access to... Oh, wait, no. I do. Okay. Context of... scroll configuration of context. Copy with drag devices. Copy with... drag devices. Get rid of that. Yeah, we can leave it on. It's fine. Scroll behavior can't be... Oh, because I need to set this... Wait, now you're that. This. But then I need a child, so I can't quite do that. I would have to make you just a scroll behavior, maybe. I'm not convinced that that's gonna... not gonna end me in the same exact position I was just in. But we can give it a shot. So we do that. And then we just do that. Else, because we don't return anymore, of context copy with is null. Like so. And then we have current scroll behavior. And on here, we can say, we don't need that, I don't think. We won't need that, I don't think. We can say just set drag devices true. Set drag devices false. And then oh, yep, not initialized. We need to initialize you to false. No? Oh, right. Because that's going to make it rebuild. And it's going to call it, and then things are going to get wonky. I think I can just give you null. Are you... behavior... No, it's required and it's not nullable. Could, in theory, initialize it to this. Let's fix that with a rebuild. I hope. Okay. So, not clickable. Yeah, it still doesn't. I wonder if I'm just not allowed to manipulate that on the fly. Which is deeply annoying. Alright, since this didn't do anything for us, we're going to roll it back. And the same with this. We'll have to find a different answer here. And it might be just to disable clicking and dragging, which, I mean, it's not the end of the world. I would rather not, but, you know. Oh, I do have you open. Here you are. Scroll behavior. It's like I thought that was in there. Easily toggle scroll bar and over scroll indicator effects. Hmm. Defines the behavior of gesture detector. Oh, yeah, that's that. Okay. Hmm. Sure, visible, maybe of. Okay. And that just takes us back to scroll behavior. This is optional in this, but that's just for their list widgets, I think, or scroll view widgets. This one, being a third-party widget, doesn't seem to conform to that. Wait, this is just a default. Hang on a second. Am I dumb? Table view builder. No, I'm wrapping you in a scroll configuration. You must not have scrollable details. Yeah. I think this gets inherited down. Oh, which might be part of the problem. I wonder. Horizontal scroll controller. Scroll controller. On attach. Don't know that any of these. I guess I could wrap those. Controls how scrollable widgets behave in a subtree. And these guys are just defaults. So instead of but I can't. These need to be scroll controllers, not scroll configurations, right? What do I want to do about that? Bet you that's the reason. We could. Okay. Okay. Maybe this gets listened to. Maybe this is a thing that could be rebuilt. Hang on. Scroll physics. Are you not? Scroll behavior class. Get scroll physics. Oh. That would be overriding, I think. Copy with you. Scroll bar is an over scroll, but not. Scroll behavior. Behavior. Oh, it does have a physics. Okay. All right. Okay. Maybe. Physics is scroll physics. And is there a... there is a scroll physics never or something like that. Never scrollable scroll physics. Okay. So that. Okay. So that should disable scrolling entirely. Ooh, except for we can't have that because we need to be able to scroll with the other methods still. And the only other... There's no, like, there's no way to only disable the dragging, which is why we do this. Is there a different... It's really annoying. Delay. Touch scroll, let's just say. Let's see here. Let's see. Table scrolling. Touch screen. Okay, it looks like this is just not a thing that we can do unless I'm missing something here. But it's not like the end of the world here. It's just annoying. It's annoying that that doesn't get rebuilt. Or it doesn't take effect for some reason. I wonder if it's because of the copy width. I'm not sure. All right, so and there's no other. No context. Scroll widgets that are descendants of a child should behave. Scroll behavior. Scroll bars, overscroll, drag devices, pointer axis modifiers, physics, platform, keyboard dismiss behavior. Hmm. All right. Yeah, it looks like there's just no good way currently to do this, so let's remove it. Like, it's not the end of the world. You can scroll with the regular scroll stuff. And I guess we probably don't even need this at all if we're going to do that. We'll leave it be just to have the default behaviors. Let's make sure we get a nice new build here. And like, I would rather have it not be janky when you're clicking around really quick and you accidentally, like, you know, click and drag instead of stopping. Because, like, if you're looking back and forth, you're like, eh, 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 eh. Yeah. I'd rather have it not be janky than enable clicky and draggy, which is kind of just a bonus feature. Let's go with that. Until such time as we figure out a better way. And we'll go ahead and do remove, click and drag, scrolling behavior. Spell it right? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Because we don't seem to have the ability to delay the drag. So we'll push that up. That's fine. Let's see here. I think, yeah. All right. What's the next? What's the next bug that we need to sort out as part of this rewrite? Should have put that into in progress. That's fine. It's done. Clicking delete in a room doesn't actually exist and the map will throw an error. Okay, we do need to take care of that. Make sure we correct it. Let's go to our map and I guess it doesn't really matter. We can just delete any old room. And then you don't exist. You're just a placeholder. We click delete. We do get an error. Okay. What else was there an error in? Oh, yeah, we need to make sure. Hang on, before I get distracted, because I've already been distracted. Editor. This is in the status effects screen. Don't attempt to parse the time. Tick time duration fields on change. Move that to on. Move that to when we lose focus or submit. Maybe use the validator. We'll just do that. And we'll put you up at the top here. We'll tackle you in a second. Okay. So, delete on a room that doesn't currently exist. That's going to be in... I was going to say we should close this, but we're going to need it in a second. That's going to be in the... Where do I... So it's going to be in the sidebar, tile data sidebar, but that's going to call back to the map editor, which is where the state lives. And this is where we have mocked in or created a placeholder, I believe, in the set selected tile. New map. Set selected tile. If down here, that's for connections. That's all of that. Otherwise, we go to all this. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, that can live there. I don't want to extract that. Well, maybe. Maybe I do. That would be kind of nice. Let's do that really quick, because it's already kind of tripped me up, right? Where I had to stop and think about it. So let's do... and let's think of a good name here. So it's in set select tile, but this is going to be handle connection click, I think is what it's going to be called. And unless there are too many things to where this becomes messy, it's just going to be if that's null. We're going to pass it selected. All of this, basically. Oop. And we're going to say that. That should be okay. And then we just say, oop, handle connection click. We just return that. Well, we'll do that just in case later we want to make that do anything else. It's a little more explicit that this gets handled as well. And then we just return directly. Otherwise, okay, so we go into this. Let's actually do... Let's do this before I forget. Pull the connection click handling code out to a function for readability. Okay. Yeah. In here, if it's null, yeah, then we create a room data. So when we save the tile changes, we need to go into, if it's a room data, and then if the map at, except for you're not, we'd have to do this. Um, if there is a tile here, we can do this way. You can't be null if we're in here. Otherwise, we'd have to check it in the map controller. But adding things to a null location. Oh, wait, I'm stupid. This should be in here. Not in save tile changes. Wait. This. Let's roll that back. It's in delete tile. That's why. This. And then here, yeah, that's valid, because if you're telling me to delete it, you better give me a real thing. So I don't want to change it in there. We correctly errored there. Let's do that way. I like that better. All right, let's rebuild. So, we got this, get that. We'll delete a random tile here. Cool, we'll click out and back in just for good testing. So we got a new thing doesn't exist. You still throw an error. Valid arguments provided, tile ID not found in room table. That's bizarre. Okay, well, let's take a look. Let's go debug land. Actually, before I do that, I need to go use the restroom. So let's take a quick break. Stand up, stretch out, all that good stuff here. And then we'll come back and figure out why that's... because it should be null. But yeah, be right back. There we go. Ah, I'm blurry though. Let's fix that. Leave for 2 seconds, and my camera's like, no. I don't remember you exist. And that killed it. Cool, 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 cool. Let's do that. Let's do that. Do this. There we go. Alright. So, we're in debug. We need to go find out why that's not null. So, boop. I come in here, I delete you. This should get changed in memory. Select a tile, okay, perfect. Oh, no, that's fine. Should be anyway. All right. So we've gone through, we set that up. Now, and we'll toggle out back in just to be sure. We hit that. Step in, you're a room. I should have location is 2-1. So this map controller map at 2-1. Because I didn't account for damn it. I didn't account for the offset. This continues to bite me, and I should really do something about it. That's really annoying. And I should have done something about this sooner, but oop. Map controller. You know things. Ugh, there's a lot of yellow in here now. Ever since that change, whatever it was, the I bet you this is gonna bite me in the future. Betcha. Wish I would have known that. Anyway, okay, so let's just give you a helper. It's gonna be a public one. We'll just put it at the top here. Tile at. And we're gonna return our map, which can't be null. I guess we should check. This should be a nullable object. For map is null, it's just null. Map offset. That. And then in here we can do app controller tile at location. Okay. And we'll just let that get updated as things need to change, I think. We won't worry too much about it. I'm just gonna run you and not worry about debugging. And see if that becomes a thing I regret or not. Not you. App editor. Okay, so we'll do our delete. We'll toggle off and back on. We'll hit delete rather. You're still not null though. Why not? Why would that be? What else have I forgotten? So delete. I'm going to skip this iteration because that one works correctly. We know. You're going to go away. I forgot to do that. There we go. Okay. Step in. Location. We've asked for 2-1. Our map is not null. We figure out the offset. So offset, it's 4-3. So this map 4-3, that's a connection tile though. That's not right. Two, 1 should be 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh, you know why? Wait. Because it's not add. It's multiplied. That's why. I think. That might be wrong too. Hang on. 2-1. So this is actually at 4-2. So I think that's correct. Okay. It works the first time. We go on. Pop, pop. Delete again. It's not null. And I didn't step in, which is what I meant to do. Let's do that again the right way. Delete. That's the correct one. Delete. Step in. Okay. Coordinates 2-1. Do. We get our offset. So 4-2. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 1, 2. That's correct. Can't drag you. This gives us null. Yes, should give us null. We deleted you. Okay. It skipped it. Okay, yeah, that's correct. So why did I get an error still? Oh, did I forget to rebuild? I probably did. Hang on. Let's just start fresh. And make sure I don't have console vomit. So we've got that. Let's clear you just to be 100% nice and sure that anything coming in is new. Okay, so we toggle out, we toggle back in. Okay, yeah. I have squirrel brain today, apparently. Let's also try not toggling away. And yeah, we're good. It'll continue to regenerate rooms every time we click because it resets the selected tile, so it gives us a new ID. It doesn't matter. Don't really care. Okay. Reset the changes. Everybody comes back. There we go. I'm done confusing myself now. We can commit this. Wait, what did we... Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'll just do it in one commit. That's fine. Add a helper to get map location at offset. Use that to skip attempting to delete tile that is only a placeholder, like so. Done with that. Done. Let's fix this up now as well, while we're kind of refining the... cleaning up the to-dos. So now we need to go back to switching gears again, back to the status effect, edit. We should be done with those for now. Alright, so... this is going to be present. Status effects. In anything with time. So tick time and duration both are going to have this behavior to where if I start adding, it starts messing things up, right? And then things break. We don't want to do that. 7 is out of text of link 6. Okay. Oh, we'll have to see. What's up with that? But that stacks with others. Modifier. I should do like if I was to do this, would it show nicely in my collapsed? It would. Okay. Let's do that really quick. This should be ID. It is. Which makes this name. It is. Description. It is. Help text. I'm just gonna, if it's wrong, I'll fix it later. Stacks with self. Stacks with others. Property to modify. This one might be wrong. Let's double check. Property to modify and then modifier. Yes. Okay. Couldn't remember if there was an overarching table or not for. I guess it makes sense that there are. It's just that's the wonky field. Duration and then tick time. Oop. Tick time. Damage per tick. Blocks logout. There, that'll be easier in the future. So we're looking at duration and to start with here. On changed, we don't do this. We want to do on editing complete, on submitted. What about this? Oh, this is for when the done. Okay. After on change, when the user has finalized editing. Let's give it a shot. Okay. Ah, yes, computer code. I would know it anywhere. Would you, though? What if you encountered it on a dark, in a dark alleyway on a dark and stormy night? Would you then know? And then if I did that, it would parse. It should default. Ooh, that didn't trigger. Contains no durations. Joke's on you. Computerized screens generally have backlight. I mean, okay, that's fair. That's fair. And if I was to do this like backwardsy, it doesn't trigger. It fixes itself. It doesn't trigger on leaving the field. That's annoying. You could have said ahaha e-ink and I would have been stumped. Oh yeah. I guess that tells you like how relevant e-ink is to like my thought process, at least. I haven't even owned a Kindle in... Well, I guess I had one up until I left, but I stopped using it because it had become very slow. Like, changing pages started to take a while. And it was just crap and old. Because I bought it in... Boy, I don't even know when. I got it when I was in college. And I used it a lot over the years. I used to have a remarkable tablet for note-taking for a long time before joining this job, which forbade such things. Ah. It was fantastic. There's my tablet for note-taking. I find that I guess it probably would work similarly. So the thing about the physical notes is that they remind me they exist by existing. Whereas a digital note, I found, I forget to look at the digital note and then it's useless, right? So the old physical object helps. And I don't know if a tablet version would have the same effect or not. There's like too much stuff in it. The notepad holds only notes and it's open to the page. And if I walk by it and go, oh yeah, I was supposed to do that thing, it's right there. It was useful for a few reasons. Automatic notes across many devices sync, yes. Ability to move, edit, correct notes, yep. Having all notes always with me, separated per customer, etc. Yeah, I can see that. If if it's tied to a different task, it's easier to remember to look at it. Like, I have a board full of things to fix and do. And because I'm doing the task, it's easier for me to remember that it exists. So I guess different use cases, you know? Also annotating PDFs. Yeah. If you're a notes person. I'm not really a notes person like that. What was I doing? I have a bad case of squirrel brain today. I was doing this. I was looking at how to make this suck less. If we are... Yeah, it doesn't change if we... Well... Yeah, it doesn't change if we don't push enter, basically, if we do that. There was an e-ink tablet I worked on, which is good for note-taking. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? I used to take paper notes on meetings, kept getting them mixed and confused. Then I backed the first Remarkable and got one of the first models. It was awesome. Gotcha. Switched to Remarkable 2 as soon as it became available, and it was even better. Well, that's good for a version 2. You would think it'd be a given that they're better, but, you know, not the case. What other options do we have in here for ways to trigger this? Editing complete on submitted. Input formatter enabled, ignore. Oh, and battery lasted for like weeks. Yeah, which was super cool. I was also big into reading at that time, so it double duty as an ebook reader. I didn't regret the investment. Yeah. I hear they're nice for that. For battery life and for reading a screen, but I don't really have screen reading troubles. I have some blue light blocker glasses that I used to use, but everything going dark mode has helped that. The eye strain, eye fatigue. And I found that I don't need to wear them too much anymore. Anywho, enough about toys. How the code? What bit of the editor am I hacking? The code, okay. We're kind of just finishing up. We're pretty much done rewriting the editor to feature parity, right? Give or take. But there are bugs that I've encountered along the way. We need to make sure we do that. So we're just kind of polishing up. This, I think, is going to... That's a change in both places, I think. That's a change in both places. I think this is actually done. We'll have to double check. Cogent is no longer going to be relevant. We can actually just not even done you, but delete you entirely from the project. But yeah, we're going through this, basically. Bugs galore? Yes. Bugs as far as the eye can see? Not quite that far. Lots and lots of bugs, I guess, is the key takeaway of what I'm trying to get across here. It's not too bad. Like, some of this is just, like, convenience, like doing the file changes is to make it easier to work with when you don't have the same code reading and writing it, right? And arguably it's more correct JSON. the like this is a Cogent thing. That I need to double check on. But like, you know, it's a couple little things, but it's not huge. Given the scope of the rewrite, I'm actually really happy with the, you know, amount of bugs that still exist. I'm going to leave, unless there's a compelling reason, which there may or may not be, I'm going to leave the other forms in the state that they were, which is where I kind of manage state myself. Refactoring this to be more correct was educational, or, you know, more correct to use the form state. The built-in form state was educational. I don't think I gained anything really in terms of simplicity by doing it. If I was going to rewrite a new like screen with a form like this, I would have to think really hard about which way I wanted to go. So I'm going to leave the others the way they are. I don't see a reason to do the refactor. But yeah, that's where I'm at with that. But these guys need to be more user-friendly. So on submitted, that's what I was looking at. Let me make sure I can see stuff there. This guy, there's not like an on blur type thing, I don't think. There's on tap outside. But that could be fired anytime. On tap. I guess I could do some kind of like a delay. I looked at Dart at some point, mainly because, if I recall correctly, my company created it. Yes, you did. It was Robert Nystrom had a hand in it as well, which is interesting because some of the game loop stuff reading we did came from him as well. It's nice and all, but I really dislike this model of callbacks upon callbacks to JavaScript. Yes, you're not wrong. But being JavaScript-y is better than being JavaScript. And like, what are the other options for easy cross-compilable UI? Like, I don't want to make an Electron app, but that's like the answer for everybody else in the world, right? Everything's got to be an Electron app. I don't want to do React Native. Flutter is the only other one that really comes to mind. Trying to not use Flutter is how I wound up with Cogent, staying in the Go world, which was nice, but it's just not mature enough. And I hope they do, in a few years, get it all up to par. There's also Kotlin Koos multi-platform, but Kotlin sucks. Okay, so there's that. I didn't even hear about that. Haven't even heard about that. Options seen endless. What boils down to some variant of a new TypeScript or JavaScript framework, or Dart, or maybe Flutter. Well, I mean, Flutter uses Dart, so they're kind of one and the same for this. Fact is that we can't seem to escape HTML and CSS. I mean, what's the other option, you know? Like, that's a way to lay out a document essentially, and everything kind of gets based on it because that's what people know. Like, how else would you really do it? It is on the second place after Flutter. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, Compose, Kotlin Compose. Okay. I don't really live in the UI world, so I didn't. That didn't come up in my searching apparently. With WASM, there would be a lot more options. I mean, yes and no, right? Somebody's gonna have to write like a mature um thing, but also I'm not actually targeting the web for this. This is a native app. It should be run locally on your server, or we probably need to um have documentation that says that you need to pull down your server files or something and then upload them or whatever. Let's see. You have C#, WPF, which is all kinds of Shutter or native stuff like Qt, somewhat portable, or whatever Apple's doing. There's a bazillion UI libraries for Linux. Right. But I want to compile it cross-platform without doing a bunch of work. I don't want to spend my time building build systems, right? I think WPF is dead. Or am I mistaken? And yeah, it needs to be cross-platform so that Windows users can do stuff, and I don't have to, do a bunch of work to support them. Because the world runs on Windows from the user standpoint. Still, for now, At this point, Rust with the Bevy engine and compiled for WASM seems to be kind of portable and has same concepts of UI, but you do get to think like a game developer, right? And this isn't really game developer. This is just editing files developer. This is bog standard, file IO. That's why I would normally pick TypeScripted React and have in past however much I hated it. Maybe worthwhile to poke around at Flutter a little just so I have a comparison. Yeah, I mean, it's fun, kind of. UI stuff has limited amounts of funness. For me, at least, anyway. UI kind of, I don't like UI that much. But I've had a reasonably good time with Dart and Flutter. Despite its warts. Okay. Warts like this one, where there's no easy answer here. And I have to go searching to figure out. Text field update on focus or something like that. That's a glowing endorsement coming from me. I'm not that negative. You're practically a Dart evangelist now. I mean, I've been writing Dart for so long and Flutter for so long now just because, the past 6 months, I've only had a couple hours a day to work on it after work. So I feel like I've just been stuck in Flutterland. I'm very excited to wrap this up and then be able to get back into more Go. Text fields exiting focus on blur in Flutter. I'd have to do a focus node. I thought we looked at this already and it was not a great thing. The other thing I could do is like do an async, maybe? I'd like to not do that, I think, if I could avoid it. I know how it is. I feel the same way about Go at work. Yeah. Except for Go is delightful and good and amazing, and that's just a you problem. Focus node is just the only answer? I hate that. I hate that so much. Because then I would need to have a focus node for everything, I think. Or I could wrap it in a focus widget, I guess. Ugh. For help range, I'm starting to think in loops. Help range? What's help range? Oh, you're trying to... Okay, yeah. Wow, that took me a second. Should be for help in range, right? Okay, so the second answer is to just use a focus widget, which sucks less. So around our text field here, we do a focus, right? Like so, but then we need to get a hold of this. See, I can't even keep the syntax right anymore. I mean, that happens. That happens. I had to jump back into Go a while back now for something. I forget what. And it was on stream, and I couldn't remember the syntax for a 4. I think it was a 4. I couldn't remember the syntax. I was just like, I'm an idiot. I got to go look up how to write a for loop in my favorite language. It happens for sure. Okay, so then we got our child. You're in there. And then it's on focus change instead of this. But this has a bool apparently. And then we need to... although today I've been staring at Wireshark and packet dumps. Ew, gross. Trying to figure out what's happening with network on a single machine. It's DNS. It's always DNS. But then I don't have access to value directly. But if I just set effect duration, I can't do that either. I need to grab it from here, parse it, and put it back, basically. And that's going to be a little messy. All the other machines in the same rack are reaching 200 gigabits per second easily. This machine can't get above 100 megabits. That's sub-gigabit speeds. It sure is. Swap the NIC, reinstalled. It has me baffled. Is it auto-negotiating MTUs and stuff? You probably have, like, very custom things involved in that process. But I know that that is a similar symptom of a failed negotiation from the old days when you would get gigabit or 100 what was it? What, the 100 meg? The old cards, they could sometimes just not negotiate correctly. And I don't remember. I think it had to do with MTUs, but I could be wrong. Could have been something else too. Preset MTU is negotiated at 100 gigabits per second per port. Swap cables, SFPs, switch fabric something, different switch ports. Running each of the two switches separately, nothing. Hmm. Is it just a bum nick? Or is it is it like a bad port on the motherboard? I don't know what I'm sure this is something a little bit special, but like I would wonder if it's using if it's connected, like, okay, so if it was a PCIe connection, I would wonder if it's negotiating the correct version of that with the motherboard. I don't know if that's applicable here. It's going to be a DZ. Tried 2 other NICs and had the hardware peeps verify all the other hardware. Yeah, really curious about this root cause, right? Could be time to play. One of these things is not like the other. What is not like it? Different CPU, different BIOS version, different motherboard. It's hardware-wise an auto-installed configured OS, identical to about 60 other machines nearby. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I would wonder if it's... Do you have full speed to the NIC from within the OS? Brought in 2 other engineers who specialize in networks, so we'll see what us three can come up with. Gotcha. My I had to take a lot of classes in networking, and the main thing I learned within them was that I didn't want to work in networking. Yes, tested by measuring network performance from the loopback TCP stack to the NIC stack works flawlessly. Hmm. Hmm. That's very, very strange. Now I'm curious. You'll have to let me know what it is. Like, I don't even care about networking other than that it works, but now I have to know. It's got to be something on the switch. I feel it in me water. Both switches in this case, right? But you've tried different ports too, which is weird. Unless it's something that's... Well, no, you've tried different NICs, so it couldn't be like a MAC address thing. Hmm. Anywho. We need to do... We could do like a an intermediate variable, or we could just do this. Exactly, this has been bothering me for a couple of weeks now, right? I'm I'm getting into the territory of old man yells at cloud. Isn't that every day for you though? We need to say effect duration is parse duration on duration controller text. And then we need to say duration controller value is value copy with text. This way we don't mangle the selection position and all that. So we just update that. But we need to go back to a string, of course. And you can't be null. We just said you shouldn't be. And then here, go back to on changed. And then we're just going to say duration controller value copy with text value. Theoretically, that should work. No, my team deals with on-prem hardware, so very little exposure to cloud. But, like, isn't your on-prem hardware the cloud? Because the cloud is just somebody else's computer, right? Okay, let's rebuild just to make sure we got our changes. Not you. I'm still stuck in Mapland. So our use the one that has a tick time set. If we nope. Because I didn't do that one. I did duration. Let me clear that. Console vomit. If I yeah, okay. And then yeah, you don't have a, we need to default to seconds, but if I change it, then we go and do the calculations. Cool. That's fine. Huh. Interestingly, it pulled milliseconds out of that. So we probably want to take care of that too. But the other thing we can do here is, so like if I go and I hit enter, it doesn't, I don't think, parse it. Maybe it does. It does. Okay. So that triggers an on focus change. Interesting. But that's fine. Okay, so we just need to do that. And then we can fix our parsing here in another commit. But let's just go ahead and do the same thing for tick time. That's duration. This is tick time. Give you a focus. Give you an extra closing comma or a paren. Unchanged becomes text of value. That needs to be closed still. We do on focus change has focus. Bool has focus. If you don't have focus, then we say parse duration tick time controller. No, tick time. No, yeah, controller. Tick time controller. Text. Did I do that correctly up here? Oh, I did that first. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Duration controller text, yes. Okay. So same deal. Tick time controller text. And then we say value is value copy with text, which is our duration of string of tick time. Now, and you can't be null. The other thing we need to do is make sure to give feedback if you give us a wonky. Let's make sure to rebuild. Because right now, I'm still in map editor. Let's go down here to the one that has them already. And yeah, I don't give you any feedback here. It errors here. But that works. That didn't. See, that was tick time. Did I forget? I did. Forgot to take you out. Oh, that did duration correctly though, right? Yeah, okay. Squirrel. Okay. You just need to be... I thought I did this. I did it down here instead. I did it wrong. No, that's correct. Where did I change it? Oh, right here. Duh. And you get rid of all that. This is the one. You just become value directly. There we go. Takes us here. Fixes that up. Perfect. So we just need to feed back the errors. And how do I do that manually? I guess I could validate the field maybe, and well, then I would still need to have I don't have a good way to do this, I don't think. see, where's my text field? Still here. I don't have you there. I guess I would need to do you within the form field and give you a validator. And that's going to look like that. This, I think, is nullable. It is. So we need to handle these cases, but it shouldn't happen. We just want to make sure that we don't crash and burn here, right? Because it's nullable and it's required to be nullable to be a validator. So here, what we want to do is get our error, or rather our exception. Hell, hang on. What is you do throw an exception, right? When I parse you, where are you at? Parse duration. Oops. Parse duration. Yeah, so I'd have to pull it out of an exception. That's fine. So if you're not empty, then I can try. Parse duration value. Easy peasy. Catch E. And then just return the string of the error directly, right? In theory. So it'll technically fall over and be crap if I put that in here. But it wouldn't show until I hit apply. But if I do I have access to return null here? Do I have access to the form field within, or the text field? I don't have access to text field. I have access to the form field within my focus change. I guess I can just do, I do this. Well, there's an interesting idea. I have access to the form key. Validate, right? No? What is the... Oh, it's current state. Like, it's fine if I validate the whole form. That should be fine, in theory. So, when I go, and I need to make sure I'm in the right... I'm playing around with tick time here. So I have the fill in junk. But it didn't do... because it errors here. Just do that only when we change something. Giving you a validator, but you didn't pop up with... And I wonder if it's actually just failing completely here. So hang on. If I put this up here in my validator, still don't get an error? Oh, it didn't work. It didn't validate. Okay, that's why. I didn't invalidate. Make sure it's actually validating really quick, I suppose. It does run. It does return the error, just not displaying. Why would you not display? The error. You have a validator error builder? Error builder. Flutter form field show error. Let's see here. Oh, it would go... This guy's put it into the input decoration here, but this is a different widget. This is a text form field, but we can't use that because we run into troubles. We need to... None of you are answering the question. Probably why you're down here in the not upvoted places. Text field. Cool, you've left out most of the code here. So I would have to then track my own errors? That seems annoying. Let me go back up. In this case, they have an underscore validate. Which, yeah, they're tracking themselves. This shouldn't be so damn hard. Like, what the hell, man? Let's just do this really quick. So you should have vibe coded the UI? No! Sure, it'd have a ton more bugs, right? And probably wouldn't work, and no one could ever maintain it. But at least it would be expensive. You wouldn't learn anything. Right? Okay, so this is just a standard builder, it looks like. Build context, so context, and then a string. This must be the error. Error builder returns the widget, so is it just this? Like as a minimal testy sort of implementation? Wait, what am I waiting for? And I'm in tick time, right? Yep, tick time. Don't see anything. Error builder, initial value enabled. So theoretically, it should be defaulting to a correct error. Well, I guess, hang on. Before I make that guess, let's completely rebuild just to be sure. And I'm in the wrong place again. Traumatized by my time in the map editor. Okay, so we put in junk. It should be returning the error. Nothing gets displayed. Just for curiosity's sake, you should be returning. Yeah, okay. That would be a good enough error to start with. So it should be returning that. It's just not displaying it in the UI. Deeply annoying. What a validation error. Still using form field. Flutter form block. Is this a package? Yep, this is some randos package. Let's see here. That's for form field again. Let's see here. Yeah, it's using a form field. I don't want to use that. I just want to know why you don't display. Like, why this? Why you do this? Okay. Tell me more of your ways. Force error text properties provided. But then I would have to track that in a different variable. Put decoration error text. So I have to do that in either way. Validates an input, returns an error string to display. Return value is exposed by the form field state error text property. Next form field uses this. Well, this is text form field. It uses this to override. Okay. So I would need to but I don't have a handle to myself here. Maybe I do. Maybe it's just this. Let's see here. So instead of return, well, hang on. It sets it in validator. Form field state error text. Text form field uses this to override the input decoration error text. So where is do you have input decoration? Wait. What are you called? You're called decoration, yeah. So I'd have to do but I don't have I'd have to get myself back out. Or because you set, what was it? The form field state error text. Form field access form field state in child. We might have to just go look at the text widget to understand better, but form field state, current state of a form field. Pass to the form field builder. Okay. Oh, yeah, duh, we have state. State error text. Okay. Oop, not that because, yeah, Flutter. And then... Oh, we need these because we already had a decoration. So let's just replace that. Okay. Oh, it would help if I put them in the right place. Inside the input decoration, thank you. So now, if I come in here, pick time, blah, blah, blah. There we go. Okay. That's ugly. I need to fix that. But we have the technology. Because I already set up these. Let's just say 80. It's going to spread the form out more, but that's fine. As long as... Okay. We'll need to center these guys again within their parent. Can we get away with closer? So we had, can we get like 60 maybe, just to kind of keep the form from getting too huge? That still kind of squashed it. About 65. I think I can live with that. But I do want to... Like my exception message is a little bit crap. We'll have to fix that up. Let's figure out how we want to display that a little bit better. But that's an improvement for sure. And that can squash a little bit. That's fine. Let's just reset this really quick. In fact, let's add a new. Those don't display there. We're not validating them? We have to do all of the fields, don't we? Yeah, I'm definitely not changing this in the other widgets. Definitely not. Okay, we don't need this. We don't need this. We're gonna leave it for now. Hang on one second. Should have left it the way it was. Alright, so... delete you. Well, either that or I forgot to put validation in again. That could be too. We'll double check. But those top 3 fields should be mandatory. Both from the functional standpoint and from the I thought I did that standpoint. But one thing at a time here. So let me just TODO make sure all the fields have validation, working, and displaying errors. in case I get squirreled. So we need to center y'all within this. Main axis alignment. No. Cross axis. Cross axis alignment. Center. So that when we're in here and we have filled this with junk, womp. It's gonna pop that up though. Oh wait, that didn't even apply to this. Okay, so there's something else afoot here. Why don't you? Is it because you're a small? Bet you it is. Does that change anything? Didn't change anything. What's going on here? Y'all should be in the same row. Is it because you're inside of the sized box and aligned within that? Because you're a little bit... Me? Or the flutter code? So you didn't respect center. Would you, in here, change anything either? Because things get a little wonky with buttons. I was expanding on what you said. Gotcha, right. I mean, the first one is always a possibility. Alignment, top center. No. Center. It's just gonna have to be all center, I think. And I added a flavor. You did indeed. Okay, that would do it. And then if I was to fill in junk, then everything's all broken. That's annoying. Oh, wait, no. Hang on. This is broken because it hasn't been applied yet. It does make that a thing, though. I think I would rather... instead of having you aligned like that... because you did respect the align. You... if I give you an align... then I would need to do... top. What are you not? Oh, no, that's correct. There we go. I guess it'd be top center. No, didn't like that. And I believe it's because this guy pads himself out, I think. Could be mistaken, though. I know that buttons are funky. What if we just made you a floating action button? I gotta be careful because it's gonna change other things. Then you would fill up the whole space. And if you're a small... Did you not? Okay then, fine. I'll do it manually. Trigger, oop. Stuck in map mode in my head. Here we go. I believe this guy pats himself around, but let me double check. We'll use the select widget mode. And if I go disable that really quick so I can scroll. Ah, Doug. You, now your center. Where's your parent? Shut up. Delete button. Align. Yeah, he has an align in him. Oh no, that's my align. But it is a very, very tiny align. Sized box. Text field. Oh, it's because this doesn't consume its available space. This will be a problem here as well, except you just can't tell. Because they get the same size. I could do... I'm starving. Oh, because it's been almost 4 hours. A half hour left. I'll live for half an hour. So instead of doing an align here, if we did a column, then we could main... Why won't you... I don't know why you won't just code complete. I know this is broken, but you should still be doing your job. Except for I don't actually want that on the center. I do want it on the top so that it lines up with the other things. But now you can be expanded. Oop, that's going to break everything though. Non-zero flex fitting. Okay. So. You should still be in a row. So can I expanded you? Okay. Because we can't mess around too much with the button. It has its own things. All right. So it takes us like that. So we'll start main axis alignment, start that. I can't tell for sure. But cross axis alignment also needs to be start. That pushes it back over there. Still doesn't put him up top though. It's deeply annoying. And there's nothing on you. You're just a button. You exist as a widget because I want you to have the same style. Small, circular, but overridden that. Floating action button. Overrides the default size constraints of the floating action button. But why won't you go up where you belong? Turn that off. Come down here. Turn that back on. Adding. Column. Column should be expanded. Didn't take the height. Why didn't it take the height? Is it because it's in here and it doesn't get evaluated until later, maybe? What if we took this out and just wrapped the whole thing in you? That would also probably be more correct from the standpoint of wanting them to have the same style ultimately, right? So you go back up there. We'll close the column after you. Turn that off really quick. Down there now. Adding column. Why didn't you expand it? Okay. What if I give you the same sized box instead of this column nonsense? Boop. We still do our switch on whichever one we want to display. Let's get rid of 3. Wait. Those ones. That makes you huge, even though you shouldn't be. Why would it do that? We don't really care about the width. We really care about the height. Let's put you back in a column. And then you kind of behave. You're still not the right size. And I don't know if I can expand it inside of a sized box. Let's find out. Oh, everything is broken. Let's see. It's probably incorrect use of parent data widget. Yep. So I would have to... step back. Oh, but now because you're because you have a sized box, can I now expand the button? Because you don't have an infinite height anymore. Can, but you're going to be too big. And then I don't think... take the column back out. That's gonna break that, but that's fine. I don't want you in there if you don't work. Oops. Put that back. Okay, that gives us our too big version, but well, why is this so annoying? Sized box. Sized box. And now you stretch, but I gotta be careful to not modify this without double checking the other screens, but like the only difference is that you're a little bit narrower if I don't have small. Solid meh on that. And I don't have a good way to measure what the height of this box actually is. And I can't put a row inside of here, I don't think. We can try, though, just to be sure. So we'll do that. You go in here. Children go like that. That comes out, because this is just another... I don't need a size box, though. This is just another child in this case. Like so. I close you like so. Everything is broken. Let's see here, input decorate. Okay, yeah, because the text field has an infinite width now. We can expand it to fix that, but that's going to make it stretch across the whole... Oh, I put you in the wrong spot. It's going to stretch it across the whole form. Why you no happy? Incorrect use. Oh. No, that should be fine. Banded, you're in a row. Hang on. Not you. A real clicky, please. Ugh. Incorrect use of parent data widget. Okay. Stop. Stop spamming my console. Stop it. Stop. Let's roll that back. We caused more problems. Put you back up there. Okay. I don't have a good way to get the height that this actually takes for the text box itself. I could leave... Make that, do that to make it a square. This is a builder. Here we go. So I could do that. What? Oh. I want it to be the same width as it is high. So it's square. There we go. That would make it kind of hugified, which kind of sucks. But then I could... Oh, no, I can't center this either because that area below is technically its spot. I think. We can try. So... Cross-axis alignment center. Yeah. Because that area below it. Crap. Okay. what are we going to do about this? I can put you back. And take this back out. Okay. That gets me back to square one. And if it's all the same height, then... Like, that's so ugly, though. This would need to be actually... It's not empty. I don't think... I don't think that's going to change anything. Yeah. And if I give you more room, it's going to wind up right back where I was. And you, alignment, center, let's just say. That's not going to change anything either, right? Well, it's better, I think. Okay. All right. So why didn't we do that before? I think we had issues getting it to recognize, right? So it wiggles a little bit, but only within its own space. It's probably okay. So interworks, tab works. Okay. If it's going to work, let's go with that. That's the least awful looking and feeling answer I've found so far. Let's make sure that at big size. Yeah, I can live with that. That's all right. All right, so we need to do the same thing to the duration and the modifier fields here. So we just give it an alignment center. I guess you don't actually do anything now, right? Yeah, so let's just take you out if you're not doing anything. Alright. Same deal with duration inside of here. Align child. Alignment center. Up here at the top of my field. It's validator optional string value. On focus change if has focus. I forgot that. It's good we found caught that. Coming back through here. Then I'm just going to. I don't have access to state here though, or do I? I do. Okay, cool. I should have just grabbed all of this. Put you in here. We'll do our same deal if it's empty or it's an empty string, return duration field not be empty. Oh, duh. This way around. If value is null or it's empty. Using the correct strings will help. Or characters, rather. And then we try to parse duration and all that good jazz. Return null on a success. Here, catch E, return E dot to string for now until we fix that up a little bit to figure out what we want to do. And that should take care of duration. You're centered. All seems to be well there. Okay. Tick time duration modifier. Modifier needs the same treatment because it's also a number picker. This is property to modify, not modifier. So in here, size box. Child is you. Alignment. Center. Um, ooh, we need to be doing center left, just like we did before. You are only working because you're in a row that's stretchy, I think. Let's just make sure that we explicitly tell you where you should be aligned. That way, if you ever don't consume all that space, it doesn't get broken. Perfect. Okay. That's gonna fix those guys, but let's just do a commit here. Oop. Only parse / validate the duration fields when we hit enter / tab or the field loses focus. We'll do that. We need to do this, but the error message here, we want to make that a little simpler. Duration is string, not just string, parse duration. We want to take the exception text out. I want just the raw exception string, and I don't think... see here. Exception as string. Oh, this is a different... Okay, no, this is good. This should be what it's using. Should be default standard library stuff. Long message. Ugly message. Void this to move the assertion message up to before the code snippet separated by a new line. I don't want assertion errors. That's fine. So full message. It's an error. We just call to string. Okay, so this isn't going to... This isn't going to clean this up, I don't think, at all. It's just going to end up calling to string. Okay, so they're saying that that's just how toString is written. Let's double check that. We don't need that anymore. ToString. This is object. I want exception. Um. Oh. I don't think this is gonna work because it could be an exception or could be an error, which is why we just did just the E instead of something like that. That's not even the right syntax. There's a way. There's this way. I forget the syntax now, but it differentiates between the two. We don't necessarily want to here. Let's go look at this. ToString. This message, return exception message. Yeah. Okay. That is the answer. Format exception. Exception thrown when a string or some other data is not of expected format. Okay. So either I have to write my own exception to throw, which wouldn't be the end of the world, but I don't want to if I don't have to. What if instead, let's close these. We're done with these for now. Instead, I could go back into my parse duration. And in this case, I can say, I can default to seconds. So we create contain no durations. So I say, what do I want to do here? Oh, you live on status effects. Interesting. Okay, that's fine though. So what I could do, oh no, I can't do that. I could say, Could do that instead of the throw here. How about that? So if you're in here, and I probably need to rebuild this just to make sure. So if you come in here and you do that, I parse it to seconds for you. Let's go with that. And then that leaves us with only so if I come over here and I change this to 1F, let's say. So we just have to clean up that. What if I made this the a format exception? What do you spit out for that? Format exception. I hate that. All right, so I probably still want to do. I still probably do want to write my own error for this. But this is in the status effect model as well, when really this should be in... Well, I guess this is the only place we use... durations. Is there any durations? No. Yeah, there's no duration. Okay, yeah, that's why it's in here. Yeah, it can live in here. I'm okay with that. So what I need to do... write an error class, or I could just handle splitting it. Yeah. TODO. Write an error class that returns a user-friendly error message for errors parsing duration to be displayed in form error field. If I could type today. And my little footy foot would stay. Okay. So. That's going to take us just past the 4-hour mark. And like I mentioned, I'm starving. So I'm going to go have some lunch and work on some other stuff. But I'll be back tomorrow. There may or may not be thunderstorms tomorrow. Let me double check. Spam text messages. Love it. They were kind of going back and forth. If there's thunderstorms, my internet might suck. Yeah, scattered thunderstorms in the morning. If my internet's fine, I'll be here tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. Central. If not, I'll drop messages in Discord and social media and all that to let you know. Because if it's going to be a bad experience, there's no point, right? But hoping for the best. I'll be here tomorrow if I can, around 10 a.m. Central. I'd love to see y'all. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. It was good to meet those of you who are new viewers. Come on back tomorrow if you like this kind of stuff. I stream for about 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting today and ending on Monday. So, yeah.